Tonight, my friends, we start with something soothing and fun to sleep to. Across generations, folklore and mythology quietly shaped everyday life, guiding habits, fears, comforts and customs in ways that felt natural long before they were ever questioned. If you enjoy these slow, reflective journeys through the unseen layers of history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and let's begin. You're settling into a time when stories aren't just entertainment, but the invisible framework of ordinary days. In kitchens and fields, workshops and doorways, ancient tales and familiar beliefs guide countless small decisions without fanfare or formality. Tonight, you'll explore how mythology and folklore became woven into the fabric of daily life, shaping routines with a quiet, steady presence that brought meaning, comfort, and continuity to people across generations. You wake before dawn, and the day ahead already carries the subtle influence of stories you've known since childhood. These aren't tales you consciously recall as you move through your morning tasks, but they're present nonetheless, embedded in the way you approach your work, your home, and the land around you. In farming communities, the rhythm of planting follows more than just the weather. You've learnt that certain days suit certain crops, not only because of soil temperature or moisture, but because inherited wisdom links particular plants to specific moments in the seasonal calendar. These connections trace back to old stories about gods associated with harvest, or tales of how certain grains came to humans through divine gift or fortunate accident. You don't recite these stories each time you scatter seed, but their influence persists in the timing you choose, the methods you prefer, the quiet confidence that comes from following patterns that have worked for countless others before you. When you travel, even short distances carry considerations shaped by traditional beliefs. Certain routes feel more natural than others, not just because they're easier to walk, but because they've accumulated associations over time. A particular grove might be known as a place where travellers pause, linked to an old tale about rest being granted there. A crossroads holds significance beyond mere navigation, connected to stories about choices, journeys, and the meeting of paths. These associations don't dominate your thinking, but they add subtle layers to your movements, creating a landscape enriched with inherited meaning. Your work carries gestures and practices that originated in mythology, without you always recognizing their source. A blacksmith shapes metal with techniques passed down through generations, but also with small habits that trace back to stories about the first smiths, divine or legendary figures whose methods were believed to ensure quality and safety. The order in which you heat, hammer and cool isn't arbitrary. It follows a pattern that feels right because it's been reinforced by countless tellings of how metalwork should proceed. Stories that emphasize patience, precision, and respect for the material. Even simple decisions about when to begin tasks reflect mythological influence. You might start a new project on a day that feels auspicious, not through elaborate calculation, but through a general sense that certain moments suit certain beginnings. This timing comes from old calendars that assigned different qualities to different days, calendars originally organised around divine celebrations or mythical events. The specifics might have blurred over time, but the underlying sense of rightness remains, guiding you toward choices that feel aligned with something larger than immediate practicality. At home, you arrange your space with attention to more than function. Objects occupy particular places because that's where they've always belonged, positions established through tradition rather than mere convenience. The hearth sits at the centre of certain rooms because stories emphasised fire as the heart of the household, a gift from divine sources that required honouring through proper placement. The threshold receives special attention because tales warned that boundaries between inside and outside held significance, marking transitions that deserved acknowledgement. Your approach to animals reflects mythological understanding of their nature. Certain creatures receive particular treatment because stories characterize them in specific ways. Horses are handled with awareness that old tales presented them as noble, sensitive beings connected to powerful gods. Cattle are tended with practices shaped by stories about their value as sacred gifts. Even common animals like chickens or sheep are cared for with methods influenced by beliefs about their relationship to human communities, relationships defined through mythological frameworks long before anyone wrote them down. Water sources carry inherited significance. Wells and springs aren't just practical resources, but places linked to stories about their origin or protection. You approach them with habits that show respect, not from fear or superstition, but from genuine regard rooted in tales about how these resources came to be available. A spring might be associated with a particular deity or legendary figure, and while you might not actively worship there, your behaviour reflects the reverence those stories established. Weather observations blend practical experience with mythological interpretation. You read the sky for signs of rain or clear days, using knowledge accumulated over lifetimes. But you also understand storms and sunshine through stories about divine moods or seasonal deities, frameworks that give weather emotional resonance beyond mere meteorology. Thunder isn't frightening when you've grown up with tales that made it comprehensible, part of a larger pattern rather than random chaos. Healing practices draw from both observed effectiveness and mythological origin. Certain herbs work because generations have found them helpful, but they're also chosen because stories connected them to healing gods or legendary physicians. You prepare remedies with methods that combine practical technique and traditional procedure, the latter influenced by tales about how medicines should be gathered, mixed, and administered. The timing of harvest, the direction of stirring, the words spoken during preparation, all carry traces of mythological instruction, woven so deeply into medical practice that they feel inseparable from the treatment itself. Your relationship with the seasons reflects stories that gave them personality and purpose. Spring arrives not as abstract warming, but as the return of life-giving forces described in familiar tales. Summer's abundance connects to stories about generous deities or the triumph of light over darkness. Autumn's cooling links to narratives about withdrawal and preparation, while winter's quiet corresponds to tales about rest, reflection, and dormancy. These mythological frameworks don't replace your practical understanding of seasonal change, but they enrich it, providing emotional context that makes the yearly cycle feel meaningful rather than merely functional. Even conflict resolution draws from mythological models. When disputes arise in your community, the stories everyone knows provide reference points for justice, fairness, and appropriate response. Tales about wise rulers settling arguments or gods establishing proper conduct offer templates that help guide real-world solutions. These aren't rigid laws, but flexible narratives that suggest approaches, emphasize values, and create shared vocabulary for discussing what should happen when people disagree. Your work clothes carry symbolic elements alongside practical design. Colours, patterns, and materials sometimes reflect associations established through mythology. A particular shade might connect to a deity linked with your trade. A specific weaving pattern might echo designs described in stories about legendary craftspeople. These elements don't dominate your appearance, but they add layers of meaning that connect you to your occupation's mythological heritage, creating continuity between present work and ancient narrative. Tools receive treatment shaped by stories about their importance. You maintain your implements carefully, storing them properly, repairing them promptly, regarding them as partners in your labour rather than mere objects. This attitude traces to tales that emphasise the relationship between worker and tools, sometimes personifying implements or describing them as gifts from teaching deities. The care you show isn't superstition, but learned respect, passed down through generations who understood that good work required both skill and proper regard for the means of production. You preserve customs without always knowing their complete history, but their persistence testifies to their value across generations. These traditions aren't maintained through formal instruction or written rules. Instead, they pass from older hands to younger ones through observation, repetition, and the quiet satisfaction of participating in something larger than individual experience. Morning routines carry gestures inherited from mythology. The way you begin your day, whether with particular movements, brief acknowledgements, or simple preparations, follows patterns established long ago. You might face a certain direction when you first step outside, a habit that originated in stories about proper orientation to welcome the sun or align yourself with beneficial forces. You don't perform this as ritual, but as natural action, the way things have always been done, the way that feels right. Greetings incorporate elements traced to mythological understanding of language's power. The specific phrases you use when meeting others, the manner of your address, the formality or warmth of your tone, all reflect beliefs about how words should move between people. Stories emphasize that speech carried weight, that certain utterances promoted harmony while others disrupted it. Your greeting customs embody this wisdom without requiring you to consciously remember its source. Mealtime practices preserve traditions rooted in mythological teachings about hospitality and proper conduct. The order in which food is served, the acknowledgement made before eating, the way plates are arranged or portions distributed, all follow patterns connected to old stories about dining as sacred or significant activity. These aren't elaborate ceremonies, but comfortable habits, ways of eating that feel civilized and respectful, maintaining standards passed down through countless family meals. Seasonal transitions receive attention through traditional preparations that blend practicality with symbolic meaning. When days grow shorter, you ready your home with tasks that serve obvious purposes, insulating against cold, storing food, organising supplies. But the thoroughness with which you perform these tasks also reflects mythological emphasis on the importance of such transitions. Stories about seasonal change stressed the need for careful preparation, for honouring shifts in the natural world through appropriate human response. Children learn traditions through participation rather than formal teaching. They observe how adults handle certain situations and gradually adopt the same approaches. A child watches as elders make particular gestures at doorways, show specific courtesies to guests, or perform seasonal tasks in established sequences. These observations accumulate into knowledge, passed without lectures or explanations, absorbed through the simple power of consistent example. Sayings preserve mythological wisdom in compressed form. The phrases you use to comment on everyday situations often originate in longer stories now abbreviated into memorable lines. When you observe that patience brings its own rewards, you're echoing tales about figures who succeeded through steadiness rather than haste. When you note that balance matters more than extremes, you're reflecting stories that illustrated this principle through characters who suffered from excess or neglect. Gestures carry meanings established through narrative tradition. The way you acknowledge someone's good fortune, the movement you make to ward off ill luck, the sign you offer to show respect or agreement, these small motions connect to stories that gave them significance. A hand raised in a particular manner might reference a legendary figure's blessing. A slight bow might recall tales about proper deference. These gestures feel natural because they've been normalized through repetition, becoming part of your community's physical vocabulary. Artisans maintain traditions specific to their crafts, practices that blend technique with mythological precedent. A potter shapes clay following methods that trace back to stories about the first potters, whose techniques were believed to have been divinely inspired or carefully developed through trial and generations. The specific movements, the progression of steps, the attention to particular details, all reflect this inherited wisdom, preserved not just because it works, but because it connects present creation to ancient making. Singers and storytellers preserve tales that everyone knows, but each telling adds subtle variation that keeps the tradition alive rather than static. You've heard the same stories many times, yet each performance brings slight differences in emphasis. New details that reflect current relevance, small adaptations that help old narratives speak to present circumstances. This flexibility allows mythology to remain meaningful rather than becoming fossilized, maintaining its role as living tradition rather than dead history. Elders serve as keepers of traditional knowledge, not through formal authority, but through the natural respect their experience commands. When questions arise about proper procedure or the origin of certain customs, you turn to those who remember more, who learned these things in their youth and have practiced them throughout their lives. Their guidance isn't commandment but gentle correction, patient explanation, shared wisdom offered to help younger generations understand what matters and why. Celebrations preserve mythological commemorations even as their religious intensity fades into cultural practice. The festivals you observe mark moments significant in old stories, times when gods acted or legendary events occurred. But for you, these occasions function more as community gatherings than worship services. You participate because everyone does, because the celebrations provide welcome breaks in routine work, and because they create opportunities for shared enjoyment and renewed connection with your neighbours. Textile patterns preserve designs connected to mythological symbolism. The weaving you create or wear incorporates motifs that originated in stories about divine beings, legendary creatures, or important narrative moments. A spiral might represent cycles described in creation myths. Geometric arrangements might echo patterns associated with particular deities. These designs persist because they're beautiful and traditional, passed through families and communities as visual language that maintains its appeal even as specific mythological reference fades from conscious awareness. Building methods reflect traditions shaped by stories about proper construction. The way you orient a structure, the sequence in which you raise walls, the placement of openings for light and air, all follow inherited patterns influenced by mythological teachings about architecture. Tales emphasize that buildings should align with natural forces, that certain configurations promoted harmony and stability. Your construction practices embody this wisdom without requiring you to analyze its mythological roots. Marriage customs preserve rituals originating in stories about partnership and union. The ceremonies you observe when people join their lives together incorporate gestures, words, and sequences connected to mythological models of marriage. These practices feel appropriate because they're familiar, because they have accompanied countless unions before yours, because they carry the weight of tradition that makes important life transitions feel properly marked and witnessed. Farming calendars maintain observances tied to mythological agricultural deities or legendary first farmers. You plant and harvest according to schedules that blend practical experience with traditional timing originally established through stories about when gods blessed certain activities or when legendary figures achieved success. The calendar feels natural because it works, because it's been followed successfully for generations, creating a rhythm that serves both practical and cultural purposes. Gift-giving practices reflect mythological teachings about generosity and reciprocity. The occasions when you offer presents, the types of items considered appropriate, the manner in which exchanges occur, all follow patterns shaped by stories emphasizing the social and spiritual importance of sharing. These customs aren't burdensome obligations, but pleasant traditions that strengthen relationships and create networks of mutual care and consideration. You live within a framework of understanding that everyone around you shares, a common language of symbols, associations, and assumptions that makes communication easier and creates bonds of mutual comprehension. These shared beliefs don't require constant affirmation or discussion. They simply exist as the background against which daily life unfolds. Stories provide reference points that help explain complex situations through familiar narratives. When something unexpected happens, you and your neighbours often make sense of it by comparing it to known tales. A sudden reversal of fortune might be discussed in terms of stories about pride or humility. An unexpected kindness might recall tales about disguised benefactors or the rewards of compassion. These comparisons don't explain everything, but they offer comfortable frameworks for understanding, ways of contextualizing experience that make it feel less chaotic and more comprehensible. Symbols function as shared vocabulary. A particular plant or animal carries associations everyone recognises, connections established through mythology that make these natural elements mean more than their physical presence. An oak tree represents strength and endurance because stories characterised it that way. A dove suggests peace and gentleness because tales linked it to those qualities. You don't need to explain these associations when you reference them. Everyone understands, creating efficient communication based on common knowledge. Proverbs preserve mythological wisdom in accessible form. The short, memorable sayings you use in conversation often originate in longer narratives, distilled into practical advice. When you observe that slow and steady wins the race, you're invoking the lesson from well-known tales. When you suggest that pride comes before a fall, you're referencing stories that illustrated this pattern. These proverbs work because everyone shares the narrative foundation that gives them meaning and authority. Common festivals create regular opportunities for community gathering, occasions when everyone participates in activities rooted in mythological commemoration. These celebrations don't feel religious in the formal sense, but they carry spiritual resonance, connecting you to cosmic patterns described in old stories. The timing of festivals aligns with seasonal changes, lunar phases, or agricultural milestones, all understood through mythological frameworks that gave these transitions meaning beyond mere calendar marking. Shared beliefs about proper behaviour create social cohesion without requiring written laws. Everyone knows how guests should be treated because stories emphasised hospitality as fundamental virtue. Everyone understands that certain offences require apology and restitution because tales about justice establish these principles. Everyone recognises that elders deserve respect because mythology consistently portrayed wisdom as coming with age and experience. These understandings function as unwritten rules that maintain community harmony. Visual art draws from common mythological imagery, creating public spaces decorated with familiar symbols and scenes. You see these representations on buildings, in marketplaces, on objects of daily use. They don't require explanation because everyone knows the stories they reference. A depiction of a particular god reminds you of associated values or attributes. A scene from a famous tale reinforces lessons about courage, wisdom, or caution. This shared visual language enriches your environment with layers of meaning. Music incorporates melodies and rhythms associated with specific occasions or emotions. Associations often trace to mythological contexts. Certain songs feel appropriate for celebrations because they've always accompanied such events, linked to stories about joyful gods or legendary festivities. Other melodies suit solemn moments, connected to tales about reflection or remembrance. You don't choose music analytically but instinctively, drawing on shared understanding of what sounds match which situations. Place names preserve mythological memory, connecting your landscape to old stories. The hill where you graze sheep carries the name of a deity or legendary event. The river you cross daily references a tale about its origin or important occurrence there. These names aren't just labels but reminders, keeping mythology present in your everyday geography, ensuring that stories remain connected to actual places you see and use regularly. Occupational identities draw meaning from mythological associations. Your work isn't just a job, but a role connected to larger narratives about the importance and nature of different activities. Farmers see themselves as partners with life-giving forces described in agricultural myths. Healers understand their work as continuing traditions established by legendary physicians or healing deities. Builders connect their craft to stories about the first structures or divine architecture. These connections give your work dignity and purpose beyond mere livelihood. Conflict resolution benefits from shared understanding of justice and fairness derived from mythological models. When disputes arise, you and your neighbours can reference stories that everyone knows, tales that illustrated proper responses to various wrongs or disagreements. These narratives don't provide rigid rules but suggest principles, emphasise values, and create common ground for discussion. You can appeal to shared stories as evidence for your position, knowing others will recognise and consider these references. Trust within your community rests partly on shared participation in traditional practices. When everyone observes the same customs, follows similar routines, and respects common values derived from mythology, it creates bonds of mutual understanding. You know how your neighbours will likely respond in various situations because you share the same cultural foundation. This predictability doesn't mean uniformity, but creates baseline expectations that make cooperation easier and social life more comfortable. Children grow up with the same stories you learned, creating generational continuity that strengthens community identity. When you see young ones listening to familiar tales, practicing traditional gestures or participating in seasonal observances, you recognise yourself in their experience. This continuity ensures that the shared beliefs shaping your community won't disappear but will persist, connecting future generations to the same mythological foundations that have organised social life for so long. Healing practices gain additional effectiveness through shared belief in their power. When a remedy comes recommended by traditional wisdom, supported by stories about its legendary efficacy, you approach treatment with confidence that aids recovery. Your community's collective trust in these methods creates an environment where healing feels not just possible, but expected, supported by centuries of mythological validation alongside practical experience. Artistic expression draws from common mythological themes, ensuring that created works resonate with broad audiences. A poet composes verses that reference familiar tales, knowing listeners will catch the allusions and appreciate the connections. A sculptor creates figures that recall legendary characters, confident observers will recognise them. A painter depicts scenes from well-known stories, certain viewers will understand and respond to the symbolic content. This shared foundation makes art more accessible and meaningful. You move through the year guided by a calendar that marks time through both practical necessity and mythological significance. These pauses in regular work, these moments of celebration or reflection, aren't arbitrary breaks, but rhythms established through stories that gave seasons and cycles deeper meaning than mere chronological progression. Winter's quiet months carry associations with rest and renewal, concepts drawn from stories about dormancy as necessary preparation for rebirth. You slow your pace not just because weather limits outdoor work, but because traditional understanding frames this season as time for stillness. Tales about winter emphasized patience, conservation, and inward focus. Your activities reflect these values, your days organized around indoor tasks, maintenance of tools and spaces, time spent in home comfort rather than field labour. Midwinter celebrations break the darkest period with gatherings that recall mythological events associated with light's return or the sun's renewal. These festivals don't feel religious in the formal sense, but provide welcome warmth and community connection during cold, dim days. You prepare special foods, share stories, exchange simple gifts, all practices rooted in tales about the importance of maintaining hope and fellowship during the hardest season. Spring's arrival receives attention through observances connected to stories about awakening life and returning warmth. You notice changes in the natural world and respond with traditional activities that mark this transition. Cleaning your home thoroughly follows customs linked to mythological emphasis on fresh starts and clearing away winter's heaviness. Planting early crops occurs according to timing established through agricultural stories that connected specific moments to divine blessing or favourable conditions. Spring festivals celebrate renewal with customs drawn from tales about fertility gods or legendary plantings. These celebrations feel joyful and optimistic, reflecting the season's promise. You participate in communal activities, perhaps processing through fields or gathering at significant locations, actions that originated in religious practice but persist as cultural tradition. The specific mythological content may have faded, but the emotional tone remains, marking spring as time of hope and new beginning. Summer's abundance finds expression in festivals of gratitude and enjoyment, occasions rooted in stories about generous deities or the triumph of light and warmth. You take breaks from intense agricultural work to gather with your community, sharing food from early harvests, enjoying long daylight hours, engaging in games or performances that celebrate the season's gifts. These festivals don't interrupt necessary work but provide rhythmic relief, creating balance between labour and leisure. Midsummer holds special significance, associated with tales about the sun's peak power or important divine events occurring at the year's brightest point. Your observance might include staying awake through the short night, lighting fires that echo solar associations, or gathering particular plants believed to hold special properties at this moment. These activities blend practical tradition with mythological meaning, creating experiences that feel both festive and significant. Autumn's cooling brings preparations that follow patterns established through stories about the need for careful transition from abundance to scarcity. You harvest with attention to proper timing, store food using traditional methods, ready your home for colder months ahead. These practical tasks carry extra weight because mythology emphasized autumn as a crucial period requiring diligence and respect for natural cycles. Harvest festivals provide occasions to acknowledge the year's yield through customs rooted in agricultural mythology. You might make offerings of first fruits, a practice that originated in religious ceremony but continues as cultural habit. You certainly gather with neighbours to share the work of final harvests and celebrate successful crops, activities that feel appropriate because stories consistently portrayed harvest as community achievement deserving recognition and thanksgiving. Equinoxes and solstices mark time according to frameworks established through mythological attention to celestial patterns. These astronomical moments receive notice not just as calendar dates, but as significant transitions, times when the balance between light and dark shifts in ways that old stories characterized as cosmically important. Your observance might be simple, but it connects you to ancient attention to these rhythms. Weekly rest days provide regular pauses in work, breaks that trace origins to mythological teachings about the importance of rhythmic renewal. You don't just stop working because you're tired, but because tradition established particular days as appropriate for rest. Stories justify these pauses through divine example or legendary wisdom about the need for regular recovery. Your observance maintains this pattern, creating predictable rhythm that structures time and ensures consistent respite. Evening practices mark daily transitions with customs influenced by mythological understanding of day's end. You might perform particular tasks as light fades, routines that signal work's completion and movement toward rest. These habits aren't elaborate rituals but comfortable patterns, ways of closing the day that feel natural because they've been followed so consistently. Bedtime customs prepare for sleep with gestures rooted in traditional beliefs about nighttime as significant transition. The way you secure your home, the order in which you complete final tasks, the moments of quiet before actual sleep, all follow patterns shaped by mythological attention to the boundary between waking and sleeping worlds. These practices don't stem from fear, but from genuine regard for sleep as important state-deserving proper approach. Monthly cycles, particularly lunar phases, receive attention influenced by stories that characterize the moon, a significant force affecting growth, behaviour, and proper timing for various activities. You notice whether the moon is waxing or waning when you plan certain tasks, following traditional associations between lunar phases and favourable conditions for planting, harvesting, or beginning projects. These observances blend practical wisdom with mythological framework that gave lunar cycles meaning beyond mere illumination. Life transitions receive marking through ceremonies that follow mythological models: birth, coming of age, marriage, death. Each passage includes practices drawn from stories about how such moments should be acknowledged. These ceremonies aren't rigid or uniform, but carry common elements, traditional components that communities recognise as appropriate ways to honour significant changes in individual lives. Anticipation of festival structures your experience of time, creating forward motion as you look ahead to upcoming celebrations. You count days until the next major gathering, prepare gradually for seasonal observances, feel the rhythm of the year through these regular punctuations. This anticipation isn't anxious but pleasant, part of life's comfortable pattern, the way traditional calendars give shape and meaning to time's passage. You prepare meals with attention to more than nutrition and taste. The foods you choose, the methods you use, the ways you serve and share, all carry traces of mythological influence that transformed eating from mere sustenance into culturally rich practice woven with symbolic meaning and inherited wisdom. Your hearth occupies central importance, treated as more than cooking space because stories emphasise fire as sacred gift requiring care and respect. You maintain your cooking fire with consistent attention, ensuring it's never completely extinguished, following tradition that traces to mythological teachings about the hearth as heart of home and family. The way you tend flames, add fuel and control heat reflects practices passed through generations that understood fire as both practical necessity and symbolic centre. Bread making follows procedures that blend effectiveness with tradition, derived from agricultural myths. The way you mix ingredients, the order of steps, the timing of rising and baking all incorporate wisdom from stories about the first bakers or grain as divine gift. You handle dough with particular movements, shape loaves in established forms, patterns that connect your daily baking to ancient practice, and mythological significance assigned to bread as fundamental food. Herbs and seasonings receive selection based on both flavour and traditional associations, established through healing myths and stories about plant properties. You add particular herbs to certain dishes not just for taste, but because inherited wisdom connected those plants to health, protection, or symbolic meaning. A pinch of one herb might represent purification, while another suggests blessing or good fortune. These additions subtly layer meals with mythological significance. Feast days require special foods, dishes prepared according to recipes preserved because they suit specific celebrations rooted in mythological events. You make particular items for spring festivals, different preparations for autumn gatherings, specialised foods for midwinter celebrations. These dishes carry associations with the occasions they commemorate, their ingredients and preparation methods reflecting stories about what should be eaten when honouring particular deities or legendary moments. Table customs follow rules derived from mythological teachings about hospitality and proper conduct. The way you arrange seating, the order in which people are served, the courtesies extended to guests, all reflect stories that emphasise dining as socially significant activity, deserving careful attention to etiquette and fairness. You follow these customs without conscious analysis, but they shape your meals into occasions that feel civilised and respectful. Water deserves particular regard based on stories that characterised it as precious resource connected to specific deities or legendary sources. You use water carefully, waste it rarely, treat wells and springs with respect rooted in mythological emphasis on water's life-giving importance. The way you draw water, carry it, use it in cooking and cleaning, follows practices influenced by tales about proper relationship with this essential element. Preservation methods combine practical technique with traditional wisdom, traced to stories about how food should be stored. Smoking, drying, salting, all follow procedures passed through generations that learned these processes partly through trial and partly through mythological instruction about proper preservation. The timing of these activities sometimes aligns with seasonal moments considered favourable, according to traditional calendars, influenced by mythological frameworks. Home arrangement reflects beliefs about proper spatial organisation drawn from stories about divine dwellings or legendary households. You place furniture and objects according to patterns that feel natural because they have been consistently followed, but these arrangements originated in mythological teachings about how interior space should be organised. The location of sleeping areas, storage spaces and work zones follows inherited wisdom about functional division and symbolic significance of different domestic regions. Threshold practices acknowledge doorways as significant boundaries, a concept traced to stories that emphasize transitions between inside and outside as meaningful moments. You might perform small gestures when entering or leaving, habits so normalized they've become unconscious, but originating in mythological attention to thresholds as liminal spaces deserving recognition. These practices don't stem from superstition, but from genuine traditional regard for boundaries and transitions. Cleaning routines follow patterns influenced by stories about purity and order as virtues. The thoroughness with which you maintain your home, the specific methods you use, the order in which you address different tasks all reflect inherited practices shaped by mythological emphasis on cleanliness as both practical necessity and symbolic state. Spring cleaning, for instance, connects to tales about renewal and fresh starts, making the tradition feel appropriate beyond merely seasonal convenience. Textile care includes practices rooted in mythological associations with spinning, weaving, and fabric. The way you wash, mend, and store cloth follows procedures influenced by stories about legendary weavers or divine textile workers. You handle fabric with care, taught through generations that understood cloth as valuable material deserving proper treatment, a value system established partly through myths about textiles' importance, and partly through practical experience of their labour-intensive production. Gardens receive tending that combines horticultural knowledge with traditional plant associations derived from mythology. You grow particular herbs not just for use, but because stories connected them to protection, healing, or blessing. You arrange plants according to patterns that feel right, arrangements sometimes influenced by symbolic relationships, established through tales about specific species and their mythological significance. Animal care follows practices shaped by stories about proper treatment of domestic creatures. The way you feed livestock, shelter them, address their needs, reflects inherited wisdom influenced by myths that characterized animals as gifts or partners deserving respectful management. You speak to animals with consideration, handle them with awareness that old tales consistently portrayed certain creatures as possessing dignity and sensitivity. Evening meals provide daily gathering moments that follow customs traced to mythological emphasis on shared food as community-building activity. You sit together at regular times, share the day's events, maintain conversation that strengthens family bonds. These practices feel natural, but they reflect traditions rooted in stories about communal eating as essential to social cohesion and household harmony. Leftovers receive treatment guided by beliefs about waste and gratitude derived from agricultural myths. You use remaining food carefully, transform it into new dishes, avoid throwing away edible material. This frugality stems partly from practical necessity, but also from traditional teachings about food as precious resource deserving complete utilization. Teachings reinforced through stories about hunger, abundance, and the proper relationship between humans and their sustenance. You settle into evening hours with a different quality of attention, the day's work complete and night approaching. These hours carry their own customs, quieter practices that preserve mythological wisdom through indirect recall rather than formal recitation, maintaining connection to old tales through subtle reference and gentle remembrance. Twilight brings natural slowing, a shift from active labour to restful occupation. You move indoors as light fades, following patterns established through generations that understood evening as time for different activities. The transition isn't abrupt but gradual, your body responding to dimming light with instinctive adjustment, influenced by countless stories that characterize dusk as boundary time between day's clarity and night's mystery, though mystery here means rest and renewal rather than anything concerning. Lamplight creates atmosphere distinct from daylight, softer and more intimate. You gather in illuminated spaces that feel contained and secure, enclosed by darkness but not threatened by it. This experience of evening connects to mythological understanding of home as protected place, concepts reinforced through tales that emphasise the hearth's warmth as centre of safety and the house as boundary that kept comfort within while simply acknowledging the vast world beyond. Older family members or neighbours sometimes share memories that carry fragments of traditional tales without formal storytelling. A comment about weather might reference an old saying rooted in seasonal myths. An observation about someone's character might echo legendary examples. These references aren't performances but natural conversation, ways that mythology persists in everyday speech, keeping stories present without requiring deliberate recitation. Children absorb these references through regular exposure, learning mythological frameworks without realising they're receiving instruction. A casual comment about patience recalls tales that illustrated this virtue. A gentle correction invokes standards established through legendary examples. The cumulative effect of these small moments builds comprehensive cultural knowledge, ensuring younger generations inherit the same mythological foundation that shaped their elders' understanding. Handwork occupies evening hours with tasks suited to indoor quiet. You mend clothing, prepare materials for tomorrow's work, engage in crafts that don't require intense concentration. These activities allow for conversation, reflection, or comfortable silence. The rhythm of repetitive tasks creates meditative quality, your hands moving in familiar patterns while your mind rests or wanders, processing the day without demanding focused thought. Songs remembered from childhood sometimes accompany evening tasks, melodies associated with particular activities, or simply pleasant to hum while working. These songs often originated in longer mythological narratives, now abbreviated to refrains or choruses that maintain emotional content without requiring full story recall. You might not remember when you learned these tunes, but they feel inseparable from the activities they accompany, creating soundtrack for domestic evening routine. Preparation for the next day follows established sequences, ways of readying tools, materials, and spaces that trace to traditional wisdom about proper closure of one day and anticipation of the next. You check that everything is in order, that nothing essential has been forgotten, that tomorrow's work can begin smoothly. These practices reflect mythological emphasis on cycles and continuity, ensuring each day connects properly to those before and after. Quiet moments before actual bedtime provide time for reflection without requiring structured meditation. You simply sit noticing the day's completion, feeling your body's tiredness, acknowledging small satisfactions or minor concerns without making them larger than appropriate. This brief pause mirrors mythological patterns of closure and transition, honouring the movement from waking activity towards sleeping rest. The order in which you complete final tasks follows customary progression learned through observation rather than instruction. You secure the house, check the fire, put away day's implements, each action in comfortable sequence that signals movement toward rest. These patterns feel natural because they've been repeated so often, but they originated in traditional teachings about proper evening routine and the importance of orderly transition from day to night. Family members exchange simple acknowledgements that maintain connection as everyone prepares for separate sleep. These brief words carry warmth without demanding conversation, ways of affirming relationship while respecting approaching rest. The practice reflects mythological emphasis on household harmony and the bonds that sustain community, maintaining those connections even in quiet moments. Objects in your evening space carry familiar associations, items you've seen and used countless times. A particular chair, a worn blanket, a favourite cup. These things provide comfort through their reliable presence. Your attachment to them reflects traditional understanding of homes as accumulations of meaningful objects, each piece carrying memories and associations that make your dwelling feel specifically yours, secured by familiarity. Darkness outside doesn't concern you because your evening routine has created secure transition. from day's openness to night's enclosure. You trust your prepared space, your established patterns, your sense that everything needed is within reach. This confidence stems from practices rooted in mythological teachings about home, a sanctuary, and proper evening routine as foundation for peaceful night. Stories remain present even when not actively told, their influence felt in the comfortable rhythms you follow, the associations that give ordinary objects symbolic weight, the sayings that punctuate casual conversation. Mythology persists not through formal recitation, but through complete integration into daily life, so thoroughly woven into ordinary practice that you carry these old tales with you, even when thinking about entirely different things. The evening's piece reflects successful completion of day's responsibilities and proper preparation for tomorrow's renewal. You followed patterns established through countless generations, patterns shaped by mythological wisdom about balance between work and rest, activity and stillness, engagement and withdrawal. This balance creates sustainable rhythm that makes life feel manageable rather than overwhelming. You approach sleep with confidence rooted in practices that transform night from concerning unknown into natural restoration. These customs don't stem from fear, but from positive tradition, ways of making darkness comfortable through familiar routine and inherited wisdom about creating conditions for peaceful rest. Your sleeping space receives attention that makes it specifically suited for rest. The arrangement of bedding, the placement of furniture, the orientation of your bed, all follow patterns influenced by traditional teachings about proper sleep environment. These aren't rigid requirements but comfortable preferences, ways of organising space that generations have found conducive to good rest, practices preserved because they genuinely work. Objects near your bed provide reassurance through their familiar presence. Items you see last before sleep and first upon waking accumulate comforting associations, becoming part of your sleep routine through sheer repetition. A particular blanket, a trusted lamp, personal belongings arranged in accustomed order. These things create reliable environment that makes sleep feel safe and natural rather than vulnerable. The sequence in which you prepare for bed follows established pattern, learned so thoroughly it requires no thought. Each step flows naturally to the next, creating rhythm that signals your body sleep approaches. This automatic progression reflects traditional wisdom about the importance of consistent routine in promoting good rest. Wisdom passed through generations who understood that bodies respond well to predictable patterns. Breathing naturally slows as you settle, your body recognizing the familiar position and environment that mean rest. This physiological response is enhanced by the comfort your evening routine has created, the sense that everything is properly arranged and you're free to let go of waking awareness. Your relaxation comes easily because nothing feels wrong or concerning, just the simple satisfaction of day completed and night welcomed. Children especially benefit from evening practices that create secure transition to sleep. The customs they observe in adult behaviour teach them that night is a natural part of daily rhythm, rather than something problematic. They absorb confidence through witnessing calm adult approach to darkness and rest, learning that bedtime means comfort, not concern. Traditional lullabies carry melodies shaped by mythological understanding of sleep as gentle rather than frightening. These songs emphasize rest's restorative nature, characterizing night as kind and sleep as welcome gift. The tunes feel soothing because they've been refined through countless uses, their rhythm and tone specifically developed to calm and reassure. Your bed's location and orientation follow traditional preferences rooted in practical wisdom and mythological teaching. The position might consider airflow, temperature and access to morning light, but also reflects inherited beliefs about favourable placement. These considerations combine into overall sense that your sleeping spot is well chosen, properly situated for good rest. Darkness itself becomes comfortable rather than unsettling through consistent positive association. Your experience of night in your familiar room, surrounded by known objects and following trusted routine. trains you to find darkness restful rather than concerning. This conditioning reflects traditional understanding that proper environment and confident approach transform night into welcome opportunity for renewal. Clothing for sleep follows customs that prioritize comfort alongside tradition. The garments you wear might reflect inherited preferences about appropriate sleep attire, choices influenced by practical considerations and cultural standards established through mythological frameworks about proper dress for different activities and times. Temperature regulation receives attention through practices that ensure comfortable warmth without excess. You adjust coverings, maintain appropriate room conditions, follow methods passed down for creating optimal sleep environment. These practical matters carry traditional wisdom about the relationship between physical comfort and quality rest. Morning approach brings natural lightening of sleep, your body preparing for waking as dawn nears. This gentle transition reflects healthy sleep cycle, the kind of rest that traditional practices aim to promote. You wake feeling restored rather than groggy, ready to begin the new day with energy restored through night's successful renewal. The reliability of this pattern creates deep confidence in sleep's value. You don't dread bedtime or struggle with rest because your approach is soundly established through traditional practices that generations have found effective. This confidence itself promotes good sleep, creating beneficial cycle where expectation of rest helps produce the very restoration you anticipate. Dreams, when remembered, feel like natural part of sleep rather than significant messages requiring interpretation. Your relaxed attitude toward dreaming reflects cultural context where sleep is primarily understood as restoration rather than mystical experience. Dreams are interesting when they occur but not concerning, just another aspect of night's natural processes. You carry forward traditions you learned from those before you, and in your daily practice, you're preparing to pass these same patterns to those who come after. This continuity doesn't require conscious effort or deliberate teaching, but occurs naturally through the simple power of consistent example and shared life. Morning begins with gestures you absorbed through watching others, movements now so automatic you rarely notice performing them. These small habits connect you to countless previous generations who started their days the same way, creating chain of practice stretching back through time. You're one link in this chain, both receiver and transmitter of inherited wisdom. Your work methods preserve techniques refined through centuries of trial and adjustment. The particular way you hold tools, the sequence in which you perform tasks, the subtle judgments you make about timing and approach, all incorporate accumulated knowledge passed person to person rather than written down. Each time you work, you're practicing traditions while simultaneously adapting them to present circumstances. Children watch your actions with attention you might not realize. They notice how you respond to situations, which customs you observe, what matters to you in daily life. Without formal lessons, they are absorbing the same cultural knowledge you received, preparing to carry it forward into their own adulthood. This transmission occurs through shared life rather than explicit instruction, making cultural continuity feel natural rather than imposed. Seasonal rhythms continue their reliable pattern, each year bringing the same progression of changes you've witnessed throughout your life. Your response to these cycles follows established tradition while remaining flexible enough to address present conditions. This balance between consistency and adaptation characterizes how mythology persists, maintaining core patterns while allowing variation that keeps practices relevant. Stories remain present in casual references, brief mentions that assume shared knowledge. You don't need to tell complete tales because everyone knows them, allowing quick allusions to convey complex meanings efficiently. This shared foundation makes communication richer, every conversation potentially drawing on deep well of common mythological understanding. Objects you use daily carry associations accumulated through long use and traditional significance. Tools aren't just implements, but partners in work, deserving care and respect learned through generations who understood proper relationship between worker and equipment. This attitude transforms ordinary objects into meaningful presences, enriching daily life with layers of symbolic significance. Meals continue providing occasions for gathering and sharing, maintaining social bonds through simple practice of eating together. The customs you follow at table aren't burdensome formalities but comfortable habits, ways of making meals civilized and pleasant. These practices persist because they genuinely enhance experience, making eating more than mere refueling. Evening routines close each day with reliable patterns that create satisfying sense of completion. You follow these customs without analysing them, but their effect is real, helping you transition from day's activity to night's rest with ease born of long practice. This smooth transition reflects traditional wisdom about the importance of rhythmic alternation between engagement and withdrawal. Your home represents accumulated decisions shaped by traditional preferences. The way you've arranged space, chosen objects, maintained standards of order and cleanliness, all reflect inherited understanding of how domestic life should be organised. Your dwelling isn't just shelter, but expression of cultural values passed through generations. Community gatherings maintain connection between neighbours, creating occasions for shared experience that strengthen social fabric. The festivals and celebrations you observe together follow traditional patterns while remaining alive and meaningful, adapted as needed to serve present community while honouring past practice. Language carries mythology in sayings, phrases and associations so integrated into speech they feel natural rather than borrowed. You express complex ideas through brief references to known stories, communicate values through proverbs rooted in legendary examples, create shared understanding through common symbolic vocabulary. Your understanding of time reflects mythological frameworks that organise cycles and patterns. Days, weeks, months, seasons, years all carry meanings beyond mere chronology. Significance derived from stories that characterise these divisions as important rather than arbitrary. This enriched sense of time makes life feel more meaningful, connected to larger patterns beyond individual experience. Respect for tradition doesn't mean rigidity, but rather appreciation for wisdom accumulated over time. You follow inherited practices not from blind obedience, but from recognition that methods preserved through countless generations have proven their value. This respect coexists with practical flexibility, allowing adaptation when circumstances require, while maintaining core patterns that continue serving their purposes well. The mythology that shapes your life persists not through religious devotion or formal study, but through complete integration into ordinary practice. Every action you take carries traces of ancient stories. Every custom you observe maintains connections to legendary origins. This thorough embedding ensures mythology's survival across generations without requiring conscious preservation efforts. Your satisfaction with daily life reflects this rich foundation. The patterns you follow provide structure without constraint, meaning without burden, connection without obligation. You live within frameworks established by countless others before you, frameworks that continue serving their purpose of making life comprehensible, manageable, and meaningful. As you settle into evening, you're participating in rhythms as old as human community itself. The comfort you feel stems partly from physical rest, but also from the deeper satisfaction of living aligned with traditional wisdom, of participating in patterns that connect you to past generations and prepare you to pass these same gifts forward to those who follow. Tonight, as darkness settles and your home grows quiet, you rest in the knowledge that tomorrow will follow familiar patterns, that seasons will continue their reliable progression, that community will gather at appointed times, that stories will persist in subtle references and gentle reminders. This continuity creates profound security, the sense that you're part of something larger and more enduring than individual life. Your breathing deepens as sleep approaches, your body trusting the darkness because tradition has made night comfortable. The customs you've followed today connect you to countless others who live similarly, guided by the same mythological wisdom that shapes your choices without requiring constant awareness. As you drift toward rest, these ancient patterns continue their quiet work, sustaining you through darkness and preparing tomorrow's renewal. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground, crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. The They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent pause, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity, through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work, with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures, and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because, most of the time, resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change. Fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms are tuned to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, Cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere: tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil. Both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called. Men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited, a Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies, and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travellers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable. The ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism, it was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation. a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with the careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches, it's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, It's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them, but they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper, and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organised into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasised collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their general's tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involves strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment. Wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. Broken bones that needed setting and time to heal. And illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments. but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army, and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. The handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour. Increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce, since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the costs would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years, When a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable, Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who cross them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolize the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes and a small intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic, with intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges. While losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision, winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. the clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he has risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons. And the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester Mystery Plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense, and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated word play, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century, and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique. Because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions, they seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty. Driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans, Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His characters' speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundling stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments, where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on three sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres, Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression stealing the spotlight originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture, with theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations. Theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylised movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form. While European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals, the rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolize various facets of his persona by adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War. Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyze American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidized theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatized current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama, with songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers. Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralised theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organisations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realising that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realising that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprise at an unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies, which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognising the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life. Memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen. Connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life. And the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap. Though they're surprisingly warm, the air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper, with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city, though. The clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realisation that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now. Proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies," "meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours, advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards, but you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. the wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors: a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention, because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something: doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark, and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working-class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings: fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight, their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours, partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 in the morning, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort. Getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation, and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation, and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty, all of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, The commute took an extra 10 minutes, shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experiences made history feel more real, less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit, or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observe throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. Imagine yourself standing on a hillside somewhere in what we now call Ireland, Scotland, Wales or Brittany, around 500 BCE. The landscape before you looks like someone took every romantic painting of the British countryside you've ever seen and dialed up the wildness by several notches. Rolling hills stretch toward horizons that seem impossibly distant, covered in grasses that shift from emerald to jade depending on how the wind touches them. The forests here aren't the tidy managed woodlands you might encounter on a modern nature trail. These are deep, ancient groves where oak trees have been growing since before your great-great-great-grandparents' great-great-great-grandparents were born. The canopy overhead creates a living cathedral, filtering sunlight into green-gold beams that make you feel like you've stepped into a place where the ordinary rules of the world don't quite apply. The Celtic peoples, and yes, we pronounce it Celtic when talking about these historical folks, not the basketball team pronunciation, occupied a vast swathe of Europe stretching from modern-day Turkey to the Atlantic Ocean. They weren't a single unified nation like we think of countries today, but rather a collection of tribes who shared similar languages, artistic styles, and ways of understanding the world. Think of them less like a political entity, and more like a cultural family with lots of interesting cousins who didn't always get along at reunions. These people lived in a world where the boundary between the practical and the spiritual was about as distinct as morning mist. To them, everything had presence and meaning. Rivers weren't just water flowing downhill, but living entities with personalities. Trees weren't merely plants, but beings worthy of respect and sometimes consultation. The land itself breathed with them, and they arranged their lives according to its rhythms rather than trying to impose their will upon it. The climate in Celtic territories varied considerably depending on location, but much of it shared certain characteristics that would become important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The British Isles and northern France experienced what meteorologists politely call maritime temperate conditions, which is a fancy way of saying it was often cool, frequently damp, and occasionally downright inhospitable. Summers could be pleasant, with long twilights that stretched almost to midnight, but winters brought short days, long nights, and the kind of cold that settles into your bones like an unwelcome houseguest who won't take the hint to leave. Yet within this challenging environment, the Celtic people thrived. They raised cattle and sheep, grew crops, crafted objects of stunning beauty, and developed a sophisticated understanding of their world that allowed them to live comfortably in conditions that would send most modern people running for the nearest thermostat. Their relationship with sleep, night, and the outdoors reflected this deep connection to their environment. The Celtic year revolved around seasonal festivals that marked important transitions. Samhain in late October heralded the beginning of winter and the dark half of the year, when nights grew long and the veil between worlds grew thin. Imbolc in early February celebrated the first stirrings of spring and the lengthening of days. Beltane in May welcomed summer's arrival with bonfires and celebrations of fertility and growth. Lughnasadh in August marked the beginning of harvest season. These weren't just parties or religious observances, they were practical acknowledgements of the changing relationship between people and their environment. Each season brought different challenges and opportunities for sleeping arrangements, different considerations for staying warm and dry, and different relationships with the night sky and the darkness that fell like a heavy cloak across the land. The Celtic cosmos was structured differently from how we typically think of the universe today. There wasn't a clear separation between earth and sky, day and night, waking and sleeping, or living and dead. Everything existed on a continuum, with permeable boundaries that could be crossed under the right circumstances. Night wasn't simply the absence of day, but a different state of being, when different rules applied and different possibilities emerged. This worldview shaped everything about how Celtic people approached the act of sleeping, especially when sleeping outdoors. They didn't see nighttime exposure to the elements as something to be merely endured, or as a sign of poverty or hardship. Instead, sleeping beneath the stars could be a choice, a practice, or even a sacred act that connected them more deeply to the rhythms of the natural world and the movements of the cosmos above. As you settle deeper into your modern bed with its memory foam and climate control, consider how different your relationship with sleep might be if you understood night not as an interruption of productive daylight hours, but as its own valuable realm, with its own gifts to offer those brave or skilled enough to embrace it fully. Before we can understand how Celtic people slept outdoors without freezing, we need to appreciate the warm, secure bases they created for themselves when sleeping indoors. The Celtic roundhouse wasn't just a dwelling. It was a masterpiece of practical engineering disguised as a simple structure. Picture a building shaped like a large basket turned upside down, with walls made of wattle and daub, essentially woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, clay, straw, and sometimes animal dung. Before you wrinkle your nose at that last ingredient, understand that it was an excellent binding agent, and when dried didn't smell like you might imagine. The walls rose to about the height of a modern single-storey house, then curved inward to meet a peaked roof thatched with reeds, heather, or straw. The most distinctive feature of these homes was their circular shape, which wasn't merely an aesthetic choice but a brilliant practical decision. A round structure has no corners where cold air can pool and no walls that bear more wind stress than others. The design distributed weight and wind resistance evenly, making these homes remarkably sturdy against the storms that regularly swept across the landscape. At the centre of each roundhouse burned the heart of Celtic home life, the hearth fire. This wasn't a decorative fireplace like you might have in a modern living room, but a working fire that provided heat, light and cooking capability, and served as the social and spiritual centre of domestic life. The fire burned continuously, tended throughout the day and banked carefully at night to preserve coals for easy rekindling in the morning. The smoke from this central fire rose upward through the thatched roof, which acted as a natural filtering system. The thatch would absorb some of the smoke while allowing the rest to escape gradually, creating a natural ventilation system that kept the interior from becoming unbearably smoky while still retaining warmth. The smoke also had the beneficial side effect of helping to preserve meat hung in the rafters and deterring insects that might otherwise infest the thatch. Around the perimeter of the roundhouse, raised platforms or simple wooden frames covered with animal skins and furs created sleeping areas. These weren't beds in the modern sense, but rather designated zones where people would pile furs, woolen blankets, and their own cloaks to create nests of warmth. Families often slept together, with children nestled between parents and grandparents, using shared body heat as another layer of insulation against the night's cold. The flooring varied by region and status, but often consisted of packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw that could be swept out and replaced when it became too soiled. Wealthier households might have wooden flooring, which provided better insulation from the cold ground below. The earth floor itself provided some thermal mass. It would absorb heat from the fire during the day and release it slowly throughout the night, creating a more stable interior temperature than you might expect. Celtic homes were typically arranged in small clusters or villages, positioned to take advantage of natural features that provided protection from weather and enemies. A settlement might nestle into the lee side of a hill to shelter from prevailing winds or occupy a defensible position near water sources. The homes faced various directions, but often the entrance was positioned to avoid the worst of winter storms, while allowing the morning sun to provide natural warmth and light. The size of a roundhouse varied depending on the wealth and status of its inhabitants, ranging from modest single-family dwellings about 20 feet in diameter to large communal structures that could accommodate extended families or serve as meeting halls. A typical family home might be 30 feet across, providing ample space for living, sleeping, cooking, and storing essential supplies. Inside these homes, the temperature could remain surprisingly comfortable even in winter. The combination of the central fire, good insulation from thick walls and thatch, the heat-retaining properties of the earth floor, and the shared warmth of multiple bodies created an environment that was certainly cooler than modern heated homes, but far warmer than the outdoor conditions. On a winter night when temperatures outside might drop to freezing or below, the interior of a well-maintained roundhouse could stay in the range that we'd consider comfortably cool, perhaps the temperature of a modern room in autumn before you've quite convinced yourself to turn on the heating. But here's what's important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The comfort of these homes wasn't taken for granted. Celtic people understood viscerally what it meant to be cold, wet, and exposed to the elements because they experienced these conditions regularly. When they chose to sleep outdoors, whether by necessity during travels or warfare or by choice during seasonal activities or spiritual practices, they brought with them knowledge gained from their relationship with both comfort and discomfort, warmth and cold. The roundhouse represented more than physical shelter. It embodied the Celtic understanding that survival in their environment required working with natural materials and natural principles, rather than trying to dominate or completely separate themselves from the world outside their walls. This philosophy would prove essential when circumstances required them to sleep beneath the stars without the protection of those sturdy walls and that warming central fire. Now we arrive at the practical heart of our story. How did the Celtic people actually prepare for nights spent outdoors without succumbing to hypothermia or simply being too miserable to function the next day? The answer involves a combination of materials, techniques, and knowledge that would impress modern survival experts. First, let's talk about clothing, because the Celtic wardrobe was essentially their portable shelter system. The foundation of their outdoor survival strategy started with wool, that miracle fibre that keeps you warm even when wet, which was a rather important feature in the damp Celtic climate. Sheep had been domesticated in Europe for thousands of years by the Celtic period, and these people had become masters at processing wool into various forms of protection against the elements. Celtic people wore multiple layers of woolen clothing. Against the skin, a wool or linen tunic provided the base layer. Over this, another longer tunic or woolen dress, then potentially a heavy woolen cloak that could serve multiple purposes. This cloak, called a brat in the Irish Celtic language, was the Swiss Army knife of Celtic outdoor equipment. It could be worn as a garment, wrapped as a blanket, used as a ground sheet, or even rigged as a simple tent shelter with some cordage and stakes. The weaving of these woolen textiles was remarkably sophisticated. Celtic weavers created fabrics with different weights and textures for different purposes. Some wool was woven loosely to trap more air for better insulation, while other cloth was woven tightly to resist water and wind. The natural lanolin in wool provided some water resistance, and wealthier individuals might have cloaks that were partially waterproof through treatment with additional fats or oils. Colour played a role too, though perhaps not the way you might expect. While we often imagine ancient people wearing drab browns and greys, Celtic peoples actually produced vibrant dyed fabrics using plants, lichens and minerals. However, for outdoor survival, darker colours had practical advantages. They absorbed more heat from whatever sunlight was available, and they showed less dirt and wear during extended periods without washing. Footwear deserves special mention because anyone who's tried sleeping with cold feet knows that temperature extremes in your extremities can make restful sleep nearly impossible. Celtic shoes range from simple leather moccasins to more elaborate boots that wrapped around the foot and lower leg. The leather was often lined with fur or stuffed with dried grass for insulation. Some people wore multiple pairs of socks made from wool or wrapped their feet in woolen cloth before putting on their shoes. When preparing for a night outdoors, a Celtic person's checklist would have included items that modern campers would recognise alongside some that might seem unusual. A leather bag or woven basket would carry supplies, dried meat or cheese, perhaps some oatcakes or other portable food. a fire-starting kit which might include iron and flint for striking sparks, char cloth for catching those sparks, and dry tinder carefully preserved in a waterproof container made from animal bladder or tightly woven fabric coated with beeswax. Water presented interesting challenges. Leather bottles or ceramic vessels could carry water, but they added weight and could freeze in winter. Experienced travellers knew the landscape well enough to plan routes that passed near springs, streams, or other water sources. They understood which water was safe to drink directly and which needed boiling, a sophisticated knowledge of hydrology gained through generations of careful observation. For sleeping itself, Celtic people employed several strategies depending on circumstances and available resources. The simplest method involved finding natural shelter, an overhanging rock formation, a hollow in a hillside, the lee side of a large boulder, anything that would break the wind and potentially provide some protection from rain. These natural features were well known and remembered, becoming part of the mental map that every traveller carried. Once a sleeping spot was chosen, preparation began with addressing the ground itself. Sleeping directly on bare earth, especially cold or damp ground, is an excellent way to lose body heat through conduction. The solution was simple but effective. Create insulation between your body and the earth. Dried bracken ferns, gathered and piled thick, made an excellent insulating layer. Heather, dead leaves, dried grass, pine needles, any dry plant material could serve this purpose, creating a buffer that trapped air and prevented the ground from sucking warmth directly from your body. On top of this insulating layer, you'd spread your cloak or an animal hide if you had one. Then you'd essentially burrito yourself in your remaining woolen garments and any additional cloaks or blankets you'd carried. The key was creating dead airspace around your body, layers that trapped your own body heat rather than allowing it to radiate away into the night. Fire, when possible, transformed an outdoor sleeping arrangement from merely survivable to actually comfortable. But Celtic people understood fire in ways that went beyond simply piling wood together and striking a light. They knew how to build long-lasting fires that would burn steadily through the night with minimal attention, using large logs laid parallel or rocks heated in the flames, then positioned around the sleeping area to radiate warmth for hours after the fire died down. One particularly clever technique involved heating stones in the fire, then carefully wrapping them in leather or thick cloth, and placing them at the feet or core of the body, ancient hot water bottles that could keep you warm for several hours. The trick was getting the temperature right. Too hot and you'd burn yourself or scorch your wrappings. Too cool and they'd lose heat too quickly to be useful. But not every night allowed for fire. Rain could make it impossible, or circumstances might require avoiding the attention that flame and smoke would attract. For these situations, Celtic people relied on their layering systems and their understanding of how bodies lose heat. They knew to cover their heads. You can lose significant body heat through your skull. They knew to keep moving if they started to feel too cold, to generate warmth through activity before settling down to sleep. They understood that sleeping in groups, sharing warmth, could mean the difference between dangerous cold and tolerable discomfort. There's something almost humorous about imagining a group of Celtic warriors or travellers essentially cuddling together for warmth, like a litter of puppies. But survival often requires setting aside concepts of personal space. In their world view, there was no shame in doing what was necessary to live through the night and wake ready for the next day's challenges. With all this preparation in mind, let's explore the actual experience of sleeping outdoors in the Celtic world. What it felt like, what it meant, and why people might choose this experience even when they had the option of a warm roundhouse. First, understand that sleeping outdoors wasn't always a matter of hardship or necessity. While travellers, traders, warriors, and shepherds certainly spent nights under the stars because their work demanded it, there were also cultural and spiritual reasons why someone might deliberately choose to sleep outside even when a comfortable indoor option was available. The Celtic relationship with the night sky was fundamentally different from ours. Without electric lights, the darkness after sunset was profound in a way that most modern people never experience. When the sun set on a clear night away from hearth fires, the darkness wasn't just an absence of light, but an almost tangible presence. Your eyes would adjust gradually. and what first appeared as absolute blackness would reveal itself as a canvas painted in countless shades of shadow. Then, after this adjustment, the stars would emerge with a brilliance that modern light pollution has stolen from most of us. On a clear night, away from settlements, the Milky Way would stretch across the sky like a river of light, so bright and detailed that you could almost believe you might fall upward into its depths if you stared too long. The ancient Celtic peoples saw not just points of light, but also stories, patterns, guides for navigation, and indicators of seasonal change. Imagine settling into your prepared sleeping spot on such a night. The ground beneath you, cushioned by your carefully gathered bracken and ferns, provides more support than modern people might expect. Not soft like a mattress, but firm and surprisingly comfortable once you find the right position and your body adapts to the surface. Your woolen layers envelop you like a cocoon, the fabric still holding some warmth from your body heat during the day's activities. The sounds of the night surround you, quite different from indoor sleeping, where thick walls muffle external noise. There's the whisper of wind through grass, or the more substantial rustle of wind through tree branches if you're camped near a forest. The occasional crack of a twig as some nocturnal animal goes about its business, which might make your heart rate increase momentarily until you identify it as a deer or rabbit, rather than something more threatening. If you're near water, perhaps the gentle murmur of a stream or the intermittent croaking of frogs. The scents, too, differ entirely from indoor sleeping. Instead of smoke-tinged interior air, you breathe the fresh, complex smell of the outdoors. Earth, grass, the faintly spicy scent of crushed bracken, the mineral smell of nearby rocks, perhaps the sweet decay of autumn leaves if the season is right. In spring, the night air might carry the perfume of blooming flowers. In summer, the rich green smell of growing things. In autumn, the sharp, clean scent of approaching cold. Temperature management during the night required constant minor adjustments. As the night deepened and temperatures dropped, you might pull your cloak tighter around yourself or curl into a more compact position to minimize heat loss. If you were sleeping near a fire, you might wake periodically to add more fuel or adjust your position relative to the warmth. This wasn't the deep, uninterrupted sleep that modern people often expect, but rather a more rhythmic pattern of sleeping and partial waking that actually corresponded better to natural human sleep cycles than our modern 8-hour blocks. The Celtic people recognised different qualities of sleep and different kinds of rest. They understood that the sleep you got outdoors, though perhaps lighter and more interrupted than indoor sleep, had its own value. There was rest that came from deep unconsciousness, but there was also rest that came from quiet awareness of your surroundings, from feeling the earth beneath you and the sky above you, and from knowing yourself to be part of the larger patterns of the natural world rather than separated from them by walls and roofs. Weather, of course, could transform outdoor sleeping from peaceful to challenging rather quickly. The approach of rain on the wind would wake an experienced outdoor sleeper, sending them scrambling to adjust their shelter or move to better protection before the deluge arrived. Heavy rain could make sleeping outdoors genuinely difficult, though not impossible with proper preparation. The sound of rain on leaves or grass creates a particular kind of white noise that can actually deepen sleep, and if you're adequately protected from the water itself, rainfall can make for a surprisingly restful night. Snow presented different challenges and opportunities. A fresh snowfall actually provided excellent insulation, and experienced Celtic people knew that a snow-covered shelter could be warmer than one exposed to wind. The technique of letting snow accumulate over your sleeping spot, essentially creating a primitive snow cave, was understood and used when conditions permitted. The danger, of course, was getting wet during the snowfall or before settling in for the night, as wet clothing in cold conditions was genuinely life-threatening. Wind was perhaps the most difficult weather condition for outdoor sleeping, because it stripped away your carefully created layers of warm air no matter how well you'd prepared. A strong wind could make even a mild temperature feel bitterly cold, and the constant buffeting made restful sleep nearly impossible. This is why finding windbreaks, natural formations or even self-constructed barriers of branches and packed earth, was such an important part of site selection. For those who spent multiple nights consecutively outdoors, shepherds following their flocks to seasonal grazing areas for instance, the experience took on a different quality. The first night might feel challenging and uncomfortable, your body and mind still attuned to indoor comfort. By the third or fourth night though, something shifted. Your body adapted to the rhythms, your senses grew keener, and your ability to read weather signs and adjust accordingly became more intuitive. You became, temporarily, a creature that belonged to the outdoor world rather than a human visitor camping in it. This state of adaptation was valued in Celtic culture, seen as a way of maintaining connection to the fundamental nature of existence that could be forgotten in the relative comfort and isolation of permanent dwellings. The person who could sleep soundly beneath the stars, wake refreshed, and function effectively the next day demonstrated a kind of competence that commanded respect. The spiritual dimension of Celtic nighttime practices adds another layer to understanding how and why these people slept outdoors. The Druids, the learned class that served as priests, judges, teachers, and advisors in Celtic society, had particular relationships with night, darkness, and the practices surrounding sleep that elevated outdoor sleeping beyond mere practical necessity. Druids underwent years of training that included memorizing vast amounts of traditional knowledge, poetry, lore, and spiritual teachings. Part of this training involved developing intimate familiarity with the natural world through direct experience, which necessarily included spending extensive time outdoors at all hours and in all seasons. A druid who couldn't comfortably sleep beneath the stars and who didn't understand the patterns of nocturnal animals and night-blooming plants would be considered incompletely trained. The Celtic spiritual worldview held that darkness and night weren't simply the absence of light and day, but rather their own positive states with distinct qualities and possibilities. Night was when the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world grew thinner, when communication with spirits and deities became easier, when dreams and visions carried prophetic weight, and when certain kinds of knowledge became accessible that remained hidden during daylight hours. For Druids and those pursuing spiritual development, sleeping outdoors could be a deliberate practice rather than a necessity imposed by travel or work, spending the night at a sacred site, a special grove, a spring believed to have healing properties, or a hilltop with particular spiritual significance, allowed for dreams and experiences that would be impossible in the ordinary domestic environment. These weren't casual overnight camping trips, but serious spiritual undertakings that required preparation both physical and mental. A person seeking a prophetic dream or divine guidance might spend days in preparation, fasting or eating only certain foods, performing ritual purifications and memorizing appropriate prayers or invocations. Then they would journey to the sacred site and sleep there, open to whatever the night might bring. The dreams that came during these sacred outdoor sleeps were considered qualitatively different from ordinary dreams. They were messages from the gods, communications from ancestors, glimpses of possible futures, or teachings about the fundamental nature of reality. Upon waking, the dreamer would carefully remember and interpret these experiences, often with the guidance of experienced druids who understood the language of sacred dreams. Stars held particular significance in this spiritual framework. The Celtic peoples recognised constellations and tracked the movements of celestial bodies with sophisticated precision. They understood the relationship between stellar positions and seasonal changes, using the night sky as a calendar and clock more reliable than any human-made timekeeping device. To sleep beneath the stars was to place yourself directly under this celestial calendar, to align yourself with cosmic rhythms that governed everything from planting schedules to spiritual practices. The moon, of course, commanded special attention. Its phases marked the passage of time and influenced decisions about when to plant, when to harvest, when to perform certain rituals, when to go to war, and when to make peace. Sleeping outdoors meant having direct, unfiltered exposure to moonlight, which was believed to carry its own form of power that could affect dreams, health, and spiritual state. There were specific nights considered particularly auspicious or powerful for outdoor sleeping. the night of the full moon in certain months, the longest night of the year at the winter solstice, the equinoxes when day and night achieved perfect balance, and the quarter days between solstices and equinoxes that marked major seasonal festivals. On these nights, druids and spiritually inclined individuals might deliberately sleep outdoors to maximise their exposure to the special energies and possibilities these times offered. Interestingly, the Celtic concept of day actually began at sunset rather than sunrise. A new day started when darkness fell, which meant that the first activity of any new day was sleeping. This reversed our modern understanding, where sleep concludes one day and waking begins another. In the Celtic framework, sleep was the foundation of the day, the opening act rather than the closing one, which elevated its importance and imbued it with significance we rarely attribute to sleep today. This spiritual dimension didn't make outdoor sleeping any physically warmer or more comfortable, but it provided a framework of meaning that could transform discomfort from something to be merely endured into something to be valued as part of a larger purpose. The cold, the hard ground, the vulnerability of sleeping exposed to the elements, these became not hardships, but essential elements of the experience, tests and teachers that shaped both body and spirit. The Druids understood something that modern sleep science is only recently confirming, that our sleeping environment profoundly affects not just whether we sleep, but the quality and nature of that sleep, including our dreams and the psychological processing that occurs during rest. By deliberately choosing to sleep in sacred outdoor locations, they were essentially creating specific conditions for specific kinds of consciousness to emerge. Winter in the Celtic territories could be genuinely dangerous, transforming the landscape from a challenging but manageable environment into something that could kill the unprepared with cheerful efficiency. Understanding how the Celtic people slept outdoors during winter months represents the pinnacle of their cold weather survival knowledge. First, it's important to note that truly voluntarily sleeping outdoors in the depths of winter, when temperatures plunged and storms raged, was rare even in Celtic culture. These people weren't foolish, and they understood the difference between manageable challenge and unnecessary risk. Most winter nights were spent in the warmth and security of roundhouses, clustered with family around the central hearth, while storms battered the stout walls and wind howled through the thatch. But circumstances didn't always offer choices. Warriors on campaign, messengers carrying urgent communications, herders whose animals had strayed, hunters caught far from home by an unexpected storm, travellers who miscalculated distance or weather, all these people might find themselves facing a winter night outdoors without adequate shelter. The key to surviving such situations was a combination of knowledge, preparation, and above all avoiding panic. Panic wastes energy, clouds judgment, and leads to poor decisions that compound rather than solve problems. Celtic people trained their children from young ages to stay calm in dangerous situations, to think clearly about available options, and to remember and apply traditional survival knowledge even when frightened or uncomfortable. Winter survival began with understanding that you were fighting a battle against multiple enemies simultaneously: cold, wind, wet, and exhaustion. Each of these could kill you independently, but they often worked together, with wet clothes making you colder, cold making you exhausted, and exhaustion making you make poor decisions about staying dry and warm. Success required addressing all these threats systematically. The first priority was always finding or creating shelter from wind. Wind chill could make a tolerable temperature lethal, stripping away your body's heat faster than you could generate it. Natural windbreaks, dense groves of evergreen trees, rock formations and hillsides provided the foundation for winter sleeping spots. If nature hadn't provided adequate wind protection, you created it, using whatever materials were available to construct barriers between yourself and the moving air. Snow, counterintuitively, became an ally if you understood how to work with it. Fresh snow is mostly trapped air, making it an excellent insulator. The technique of building snow shelters, ranging from simple snow walls to more elaborate snow caves, was well understood. A properly constructed snow shelter could maintain an interior temperature significantly warmer than outside, even without a fire. simply because the snow blocked wind and the small enclosed space trapped body heat. The construction process itself generated warmth through physical activity, though you had to be careful not to work so hard that you sweated excessively, as wet clothing in winter conditions was extremely dangerous. Experienced Celtic people knew to work steadily but not frantically, removing layers of clothing if necessary to avoid overheating, then adding them back once the shelter was complete, and physical activity decreased. Fire became even more critical in winter, but also more challenging to achieve. Wood might be wet from snow or rain, making it difficult to ignite. The solution was careful fire management, carrying dry tinder in waterproof containers, knowing where to find dry wood even in wet conditions, the underside of fallen logs and the dead lower branches of evergreen trees that remained protected from precipitation by the living canopy above, and understanding how to create platforms that lifted your fire above wet ground. A winter fire wasn't just for warmth but for drying. Wet clothing, wet footwear and wet gloves. These were deadly in cold conditions, and a fire allowed you to carefully dry essential items without scorching them. The process required patience and attention, rotating items near the heat, and monitoring constantly to prevent damage while ensuring thorough drying. Body position during winter sleeping mattered more than in milder seasons. You needed to minimise exposed surface area while maintaining enough comfort to actually rest. The fetal position, curled tightly with knees drawn up, head tucked down and arms wrapped around your core, was the standard winter sleeping posture because it presented the minimum surface area to the cold while protecting your vital organs and warming your extremities with your own breath. Breathing technique played an unexpected role in winter survival. Breathing through your nose rather than your mouth warmed and humidified incoming air before it reached your lungs, making it easier for your body to maintain core temperature. Drawing your cloak or blanket over your face created a small breathing pocket where your exhaled air would warm incoming breath, though you had to be careful not to create so much humidity that the fabric became damp with frozen condensation. The placement of insulating materials beneath and around your body became even more critical in winter. Direct contact with frozen ground could pull heat from your body with frightening speed. Multiple layers of insulation, thick piles of any available plant material, multiple animal skins if you had them, even layers of clothing you weren't wearing, created barriers between your body and the heat-stealing earth. Groups had distinct advantages in winter survival. Multiple people could pool resources, share body heat, take turns maintaining fires, and provide psychological support that countered the despair that cold and exhaustion could produce. There's archaeological and textual evidence suggesting that Celtic warriors and travellers in winter often moved in groups partly for this survival benefit, knowing that collective warmth and shared labour increased everyone's chances of surviving difficult nights. The morning after a harsh winter night outdoors presented its own challenges. Your body would be stiff and cold, your muscles reluctant to move, and your joints protesting any activity. But movement was essential to restore circulation, to generate warmth, and to assess your condition and that of your companions if you had any. The Celtic practice was to rise before full dawn if possible, moving carefully at first but with increasing vigour, ideally toward a destination where proper warmth, dry clothing and hot food could be found. Remarkably, we have evidence that Celtic people not only survived these harsh conditions but often thrived afterward. There's a particular kind of satisfaction that comes from successfully navigating difficult circumstances, from pitting your knowledge and will against nature's challenges and emerging victorious. Those who had weathered hard winter nights outdoors and lived to tell the tale gained status and confidence that carried into other aspects of their lives. As you nestle deeper into your modern bed, perhaps now feeling especially grateful for your central heating and insulated walls, let's explore how the Celtic understanding of sleeping in harmony with nature has influenced our world, and what wisdom we might still extract from their practices. The Celtic approach to outdoor sleeping wasn't primitive ignorance making the best of bad situations. It was sophisticated knowledge accumulated over generations and refined through careful observation and experience. Modern survival training still teaches many of the same principles that Celtic people understood instinctively. The importance of insulation from the ground, the value of layering, the critical need for staying dry, and the life-saving potential of windbreaks and simple shelters. When modern outdoor educators talk about leaving no trace, packing out what you pack in, and minimising your impact on natural spaces, they're articulating an ethic that the Celtic people lived as a matter of course. Their approach to outdoor sleeping was inherently sustainable. They used natural materials that returned harmlessly to the environment. They didn't require manufacturing or transportation chains, and they worked within nature's limits rather than trying to overcome them through technology. The Celtic understanding that humans are part of nature rather than separate from it, that we can adapt to outdoor sleeping rather than requiring completely artificial environments, challenges our modern assumption that comfort requires isolation from the natural world. Contemporary research into sleep health is actually rediscovering many principles that Celtic people knew through lived experience. For instance, modern sleep scientists have found that sleeping in completely dark environments, with temperatures cooler than most people keep their homes, often produces deeper and more restorative sleep than sleeping in warm, artificially lit rooms. The Celtic experience of sleeping outdoors, where darkness was absolute and temperatures naturally cool, aligned more closely with these optimal conditions than many modern sleeping arrangements. The Celtic practice of breaking sleep into multiple cycles rather than expecting one uninterrupted block also aligns with recent research into human sleep patterns. Before artificial lighting, many cultures practiced what historians call first sleep and second sleep, a period of rest, then waking for an hour or two of quiet activity, then returning to sleep until dawn. This pattern, which Celtic people would have followed naturally when sleeping outdoors and tending fires, may actually be more natural to human biology than our modern 8-hour block. The materials Celtic people used for warmth and comfort, wool, animal hides, and plant fibres, have properties that modern synthetic materials still struggle to match. Wool's ability to insulate when wet, its natural temperature regulation, and its breathability. These features made it ideal for outdoor sleeping in unpredictable weather. The resurgence of interest in natural fibres for outdoor gear and bedding suggests that we're recognising the wisdom embedded in these traditional materials. Their roundhouse design principles have influenced sustainable architecture movements. The circular structure, the use of local materials, the passive solar heating and natural ventilation, and the integration with rather than domination of the surrounding landscape. All these concepts appear in modern eco-friendly building design. Architects looking for alternatives to energy-intensive conventional construction often find inspiration in structures that people like the Celtic peoples perfected thousands of years ago. The Celtic spiritual understanding of sleep as a valuable state of consciousness, rather than merely a biological necessity, offers wisdom that our productivity-obsessed culture needs. We tend to view sleep as dead time, unconsciousness to be minimised so we can maximise waking activities. The Celtic view that sleep was the foundation of the day, and that dreams and night consciousness had their own value, suggests a healthier relationship with this essential human need. Modern forest bathing practices, wilderness therapy, and outdoor recreation movements are essentially rediscovering what Celtic people knew, that spending time in natural settings, including sleeping outdoors, has profound benefits for physical and mental health. The reduction in stress hormones, the improved immune function, and the psychological restoration that comes from disconnecting from artificial environments and reconnecting with natural ones. These aren't New Age inventions, but rather ancient wisdom being validated by contemporary research. The Celtic approach to preparation and planning for outdoor sleeping provides a model for thinking about resilience and adaptation more broadly. They didn't try to make the outdoors identical to their indoor environment, or to completely eliminate discomfort and risk. Instead, they developed knowledge and skills that allowed them to thrive across a wide range of conditions, adapting their practices to circumstances rather than requiring circumstances to adapt to them. This adaptive flexibility has relevance far beyond sleeping arrangements. In our current era of climate change and environmental uncertainty, The Celtic model of working with natural systems rather than trying to dominate them offers valuable guidance. Their success came not from conquering nature, but from understanding it so deeply that they could align their practices with its patterns. The community aspects of Celtic life, including their approach to outdoor sleeping, remind us that humans are fundamentally social creatures who benefit from cooperation and shared knowledge. The way they taught outdoor survival skills to younger generations, the way they travelled and camped in groups for mutual support, and the way they shared stories and techniques. These practices built social bonds while transmitting practical knowledge. In our individualistic modern culture, where we often approach challenges alone and measure success by personal achievement, the Celtic emphasis on community resilience offers an alternative model. Their understanding that group survival often depends on ensuring no one freezes, goes hungry, or faces dangers alone suggests an ethic of mutual care that's worth recovering. The linguistic legacy of the Celtic peoples, the languages that evolved into modern Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh and Breton, carries embedded within it concepts and distinctions that reflect their relationship with night, sleep and the natural world. These languages have specific words for states of consciousness, types of darkness, and qualities of rest that don't translate neatly into English, preserving perspectives on sleep and night that might otherwise be lost. Place names throughout the former Celtic territories often reference sleeping places, camping spots, or locations associated with rest and shelter, evidence that the knowledge of where one could safely sleep outdoors was important enough to be encoded in the landscape itself. These names still guide hikers and travellers today, though often without their knowing the ancient survival wisdom embedded in the geography. The storytelling traditions that emerge from Celtic culture, including the vast body of myths, legends and folk tales that were passed down orally for generations, often featured nighttime settings, dreams, and the wisdom that came from sleeping in sacred places. These stories weren't just entertainment, but ways of transmitting cultural values and practical knowledge, teaching listeners about the relationship between humans and the natural world. Modern festivals and celebrations that descend from ancient Celtic traditions, including various Halloween customs that trace back to Samhain, maintain echoes of the Celtic understanding that darkness and night have their own power and significance. Though commercialised and transformed, these celebrations preserve something of the ancient acknowledgement that night is not merely the absence of day, but its own meaningful reality. The archaeological evidence left by Celtic peoples, their hill forts, their sacred sites, their settlements positioned with careful attention to natural features, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of landscape and environment that supported their ability to live successfully in challenging conditions. Modern archaeologists studying these sites are continually impressed by the knowledge of geography, weather patterns, water sources, and ecological relationships that the placement of Celtic structures reveals. Perhaps most importantly, the Celtic legacy reminds us that human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of thriving in a wide range of conditions when we develop appropriate knowledge and skills. We've become so dependent on climate control, artificial lighting, and technological comfort that we sometimes forget our species successfully inhabited diverse environments for thousands of years before these conveniences existed. This doesn't mean we should abandon modern comforts or pretend that sleeping outdoors in winter is superior to sleeping in a heated home. But remembering that our ancestors could and did sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing expands our sense of human possibility. It suggests that we're more resilient, more capable, and more connected to the natural world than our current lifestyle might lead us to believe. The Celtic peoples aren't a remote, primitive culture whose practices are merely historical curiosities. They're our ancestors, literally for those with European heritage, and culturally for all of us who are part of the human family that has always had to negotiate the challenge of sleeping comfortably and safely in a world that doesn't automatically cater to our needs. They are solutions to the problem of sleeping outdoors without freezing, understanding materials and their properties, reading weather and landscape, preparing carefully, adapting flexibly, maintaining knowledge across generations, and supporting each other through difficult conditions. These are human solutions to human problems, as relevant in principle today as they were 2,000 years ago. As our journey through Celtic sleeping practices draws to a close, let's return to where we began. That warm round house with its central hearth, its curving walls, and its thatched roof filtering smoke into the night sky. Because understanding how Celtic people could sleep outdoors without freezing requires understanding that they always had this warm base to return to, this foundation of comfort and security that made temporary discomfort manageable. Imagine a Celtic person returning home after several nights spent outdoors, perhaps a shepherd who'd been with the flocks in high pastures, or a warrior returning from a campaign, or a trader who'd carried goods to a distant settlement. The sight of home would have carried emotional weight we can scarcely imagine in our world of constant indoor climate control. As they approached their settlement, they would see the smoke from hearth fires rising into the evening sky, smudging the sunset with grey wisps that signalled warmth, food, safety, and rest. The dogs of the village would announce their arrival with barking, and children might run out to greet them, full of questions about where they'd been and what they'd seen. Entering the roundhouse after time spent outdoors would be like entering another world. The temperature difference would hit immediately. The wave of warm air carrying the scent of the fire, cooking food, and the distinctive smell of home. Eyes would need to adjust from the bright outdoors to the dimmer interior, where firelight danced across walls and faces, creating a cave-like atmosphere that felt protective and nurturing. The returning traveller would shed their outdoor gear layer by layer, appreciating each piece that had kept them alive and comfortable during their journey. The heavy wool cloak, perhaps damp from rain or stiff with frost, would be spread near the fire to dry. Muddy shoes would be removed and set aside for cleaning. Additional layers would come off until they wore only light indoor clothing, feeling their body relax as the need for constant thermal regulation decreased. Family members would press food and drink into their hands, warm broth, fresh bread, perhaps mead or ale. The simple act of eating hot food after days of cold rations would be intensely pleasurable, the warmth spreading through their body from the inside. Conversation would flow as they shared stories of their journey, describing the places they'd slept, the weather they'd encountered, the food, and the people they'd met. Later, when it was time for sleep, they would make their way to their sleeping spot along the roundhouse wall, settling into furs and blankets that felt impossibly soft and warm after nights of sleeping on bracken and cold ground. The sounds of family sleeping nearby, the crackle of the banked fire, the knowledge of solid walls and a good roof between them and the elements. All of this would create a sense of security and comfort that made falling into deep sleep easy and natural. This contrast between outdoor sleeping and indoor comfort was essential to the Celtic experience of both. They didn't take indoor warmth for granted precisely because they knew what it was to sleep cold. They didn't ignore the value of wild places precisely because they knew the security of home. Each experience gave meaning and context to the other. The skills and knowledge required for outdoor sleeping weren't separate from domestic life but integrated into it. Children learned about insulating materials by helping gather bracken for bedding, by watching their parents bank the fire for the night, and by listening to stories of journeys and adventures. The same wool that made their indoor blankets made their outdoor cloaks. The same understanding of fire that kept the hearth burning kept travellers warm on cold nights away from home. The Celtic calendar of festivals, with its acknowledgement of seasonal changes and the passage from light to dark and back again, reflected this integration of outdoor and indoor, wild and domestic, challenging and comfortable. The festivals themselves often involved both aspects, feasting and warmth indoors alternating with outdoor rituals and ceremonies that reconnected people to the land and sky. As the winter solstice approached and nights grew longest, the hearth became the centre of the life, and outdoor sleeping became something to be avoided except when absolutely necessary. But as the wheel of the year turned and spring arrived, the balance shifted. Longer days and warmer nights made outdoor sleeping pleasant again, and people would naturally spend more time in wild places, reconnecting with aspects of the world that winter's harshness had temporarily made less accessible. This cyclical understanding, that there are times for indoor comfort and times for outdoor challenge, that both have their place and their value, reflects a wisdom about human life that goes beyond sleeping arrangements. We need both security and adventure, both routine and novelty, both the warmth of the hearth and the call of wild places beneath open stars. The Celtic peoples lived this balance instinctively, moving between domestic space and wild space with a fluidity that our more rigidly structured modern lives often lack. They didn't see these as opposing states, civilization versus wilderness, comfort versus hardship, but as complementary aspects of a full human life. Their round houses, positioned thoughtfully within the landscape rather than dominating it, symbolise this relationship. The homes provided shelter and comfort, but remained connected to the environment through their materials, their design, and their orientation to seasonal changes. You were never so far from nature that you forgot its power, but you had enough protection that you could rest, raise children, and build a life that extended beyond mere survival. This integrated approach allowed them to develop the sophisticated knowledge of outdoor sleeping that we've been exploring. Because they maintained regular contact with wild places, because sleeping outdoors was a normal part of life rather than an exotic adventure, they accumulated practical wisdom that was tested and refined across countless generations. As you settle into your final comfortable position for the night, wrapped in your modern blankets in your climate-controlled room, take a moment to look beyond your immediate surroundings and imagine the vast span of human experience that your simple act of going to sleep connects you to. Thousands of years ago, your distant ancestors, whether literally your genetic forebears or the broader human family to which we all belong, face the same basic need that you're addressing now, the need for rest and restoration that sleep provides. But they faced it without the technological cushion that we take for granted, without central heating or electric lights or insulated buildings. The Celtic peoples we've been exploring tonight managed this challenge with grace, skill, and a depth of knowledge about materials, weather, landscape, and human physiology that allowed them not just to survive, but to thrive. They slept beneath the stars without freezing because they understood wool and wind, fire and shelter, and preparation and adaptation. But beyond the practical details, the layers of clothing, the insulating bracken, the careful selection of sleeping spots, they brought something else to the challenge of sleeping outdoors. A worldview that saw themselves as part of nature rather than separate from it, that valued night as much as day, and that understood rest as a sacred act rather than merely a biological necessity. This worldview allowed them to find meaning and even beauty in experiences that we might view as purely hardship. The night sky they slept beneath wasn't just a cold void to be endured, but a display of celestial wonder to be appreciated. The ground they slept on wasn't merely hard and uncomfortable, but the living earth that sustained them. The darkness they rested in wasn't something to be banished with artificial light, but a different state of being with its own gifts and possibilities. We've lost some of this wisdom in our journey toward technological comfort. We've gained climate control and soft mattresses and electric lights that push back the darkness, but we've also lost the intimate knowledge of how to be comfortable in the natural world, how to read weather and landscape, and how to find rest in conditions that would now send most of us fleeing for the nearest hotel. Yet this knowledge isn't completely lost. It lives on in the genetic memory of our adaptable human bodies, in the archaeological and linguistic traces left by Celtic culture, in the practical survival skills that outdoor educators teach, and in the spiritual practices that still recognise night and darkness as valuable, rather than merely frightening. More importantly, the fundamental truth that the Celtic peoples embodied remains valid. Human beings are remarkably capable of adaptation and resilience when we develop appropriate knowledge and maintain it across generations. We can sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing. We can find rest in wild places. We can align ourselves with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. This doesn't mean we should abandon our modern comforts or pretend that sleeping on the ground is superior to sleeping in a proper bed. Comfort is not a sin, and there's no virtue in unnecessary hardship. But remembering that we possess this capability, that our species developed these skills, and that they remain latent within us, expands our sense of what's possible. It reminds us that we're not as fragile or as dependent on technology as we sometimes feel. It suggests that when circumstances require it, whether camping trips for fun or serious emergencies that force us outdoors, we can draw on reserves of knowledge and capability that we didn't know we possessed. The Celtic peoples have been gone for centuries. Their language evolved into new forms, their territories transformed by subsequent waves of history, and their specific practices adapted and changed beyond recognition. But the fundamental relationship they maintained with the natural world, their understanding of how to sleep comfortably in challenging conditions, their integration of practical skill with spiritual meaning, these gifts remain available to us if we choose to reclaim them. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable modern bed, you're connected to an unbroken chain of human sleepers stretching back through the Celtic peoples to the very origins of our species. Every single one of your ancestors, going back tens of thousands of years, successfully navigated the challenge of sleeping safely and restfully enough that they survived to reproduce and eventually create you. This chain of successful sleepers, this heritage of rest and resilience is yours to claim. The wool that kept Celtic travellers warm still keeps us warm. The stars they navigated by still wheel overhead. The human need for rest that they honoured we still feel. The basic relationship between our bodies and the natural world hasn't fundamentally changed, even if our immediate circumstances have. So as sleep takes you, perhaps your dreams will carry you back to that ancient landscape, to green hills and deep forests, to round houses with glowing hearths and star-filled skies above. Perhaps you'll walk for a moment in the experience of people who knew how to be truly at home in the world, who could find rest anywhere from the softest furs to the hardest ground, and who understood that sleeping beneath the stars without freezing wasn't a feat of endurance, but simply a skill to be learned and a gift to be appreciated. And when you wake tomorrow in your comfortable modern world, you'll carry with you the knowledge that somewhere in your human heritage lies the capability to rest peacefully beneath the open sky, wrapped in wool and wisdom, connected to the earth and stars, safe and warm despite the cold, sleeping soundly in the embrace of the natural world. Sweet dreams, and may the stars watch over you as they watched over countless generations before us.